I'm going to start the music.
Streams up.
Streaming.
Streams up.
All right, I got a bunch of sound checks to delete from the online channel for a sec. I'll be back. And we made it. I mean, we're going to be playing in like 2 minutes, guys. It's insane. The guys who are playing on Sunday are going to benefit from all this bullshit. Because they can play pretty much straight away. All right. Delete this too. All right, everything is good. So, let's see what we were. Everybody should have the map. Yeah, I see. Everybody has the map. ysignal is looking at some stuff. Oh, he's looking at his notes. Yes, your notes are. That's a mistake that I made too for a while. ysignal. Your notes are in another program. You should put them in fantasy grounds.
The only thing is, I can't really access that until we start playing, can
I? We've started playing. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I know.
yes.
I can copy it in
access.
now. I'm just saying, like earlier.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now.
okay.
Yeah.
Can we start speaking?
Yeah. I was actually talking to La Costa now. Need to get. Let me tell him. Need to get back Yeah, I need to get back to Crimson Throne now. He says, "Dude, you're making my dreams come true." Because I told him that I'm making an arena mode where you'll be able to fight in the arena versus in Tailspire. So yeah, I wasn't supposed to. I've been working on this for ages now. All right, another thing in Discord now, only Saf is showing streaming. How can we get Kirog and Dinopoke to show that they're streaming too?
It does that. That's because only Saf is using the channel and we're using our own. That's always the case.
No,
No, I'm
why
using
Signal-
the main channel.
You see? So a Dinopoke and Kirog should be able to, if you go into streamer mode.
It's not on.
Yeah. Try that. Yes, so Dinopoke fixed it. Yep, everybody's fixed it. All right. We are there. All right. Kirog and ysignal. Yeah, go back to the game.
Yep.
I can see everything you're doing.
I was just checking. I forgot it wasn't working for my signal.
Remember, guys, I can see when you're typing something. How amazing is that? When you're typing something, I can see before you hit enter what the fuck it is you're typing. So, does everybody remember what's happening? ysignal has been studying the ledger. He's going to have to spend some hours on that. In the meantime, Kirog put the treasures, laid them down on the floor. And ysignal came over to look at them, and then he started giving you some lore dumps. Let me look. So you should have in a tab on your browser the last chat log, and the last line that was spoken was yes. Nicholas said these look like they were accumulated over a long time from many disparate places. And Nicholas was. I wonder if I should just copy paste that into Nilor. Maybe they were all Zalara's belongings before she died. Yeah. So Dynapok said maybe all these treasures were Zalara's before she died. Should I copy this stuff in? Let me see. No, I shouldn't copy it. I shouldn't copy it because it won't be. You guys just have to. Do you all have? Let me see. You all have. Yep, I see you.
I've got the chat log open on another monitor.
Another monitor. Okay. And
Yeah.
Dino, how about you?
Same as well.
You have two monitors?
Yeah.
Nice.
One's an ultra wide.
That's cool. All right. So start talking. Oh, before you start talking, wait. Let's just remember the controls real quick. So let's say that I want to type something. Test description, and I think if I hit Control Enter, yes, Control Enter for me is a text box. And if I type just hello and hit Enter, what happens? GM. Okay, so just try just typing a sentence and hitting Enter. Just one of you. ysignal. Type a sentence as your character. Hello, for example, or whatever, and just hit Enter. Okay, just hitting enter is speaking. And then type something and hit control enter. Okay, control enter is action for you guys. So when you want to say I open the door or something like that, you hit control enter. And let's try the whisper. I don't remember that at all now. I'm just going to go.
It's
I just sent it.
/mood.
No, the whisper is slash. Oh, are you talking about slash like a direct message type thing, or are you? I see. That's slash W.
Well, there's only one. Messages between players or between the GM. Hidden messages.
That's slash W. Slash W GM blah or slash W
Can you put that on Discord?
I have the
There's a whole sheet.
yeah, I got the
Yeah.
link to that.
All right.
Yeah,
Put
alright.
that link on. Yes. Let me see that. Whisper.
Looks like you can use the first name.
It says GM can't see it either, but I have an option turned on that I can see everything. I don't think. Try to chat to another player and say something not to me.
Yeah, it looks like you have to use the full name. It won't accept just the first name.
Yes, so I can see it, even though you send it to Caleb.
You got that right, Kiro.
Correct.
Yeah, he got it and I got it, but the other guys didn't get it, so we're
Yep.
good there. Let me try it out myself too. Yes, and for GM you type GM. So you have to type the full name. You said, you don't have to type the full name. You start typing the name and then you hit something. I think it's a tab. Or,
Oh yeah, you press tab. Yeah, tab completion works. Cool.
so you just type, yeah. So if I type /forward, add this. All I have to do is type your first name of your name and then tab.
Yep.
Do you see that?
Yep.
All right. Okay, I'm deleting everything.
Should I edit this sheet? Because it says seen only by the player you specify. GM can't see it.
Yes, you can delete that. It's an option in the. All right, guys, you can start speaking. By the way, in the stream now that I'm looking, the difference between Dinopokes and everybody else bar is very small. It's not a big deal at all. The bigger character portraits are making a huge difference for me. Are the portraits also different size in the chat log now? I think they might be. Why is this question now? Where is that connected to?
It's part of the
It's
last
the
knowledge
thing in the
check.
chat.
What is it? The last thing that was
The
mentioned?
last.
Or?
It's just from the last knowledge check.
Okay, let me read
I
it
think
real
we'd
quick.
need to do another knowledge test for Breaching Festival itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
why
a
did
local knowledge check.
So it was a knowledge local check on what? On what?
Looks like it was about the academy.
The academy.
Yeah.
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 But why? The reason you check the academy is because of the pseudo dragons. Is that it?
Yeah, and for the house drake.
Yep. All right. Fair enough. Let's remember now how we make No knowledge check. So he goes to his skill tab. It's like we're learning from the beginning. Can we specify when he's rolling the knowledge check? What is the subject matter? No. Wait.
No.
You never type I roll. The red letters are for actions in character, in universe. You know, it's
Yeah.
like I open the door, I attack him or whatever. I roll. You know, has no. Okay, and make sure you don't roll again unless I tell you to roll.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll make delete. Okay. Anyway, you rolled now. No, it's local. That's fine. I was just wondering if there's some way with the roll to specify the subject matter. Obviously, if whoever is reading the chat log knows what it's for, because the question right before is about the Breaching Festival. But I was just wondering. Anyway, we haven't figured this out yet. Probably there isn't a way. So you roll 13. So let me really quickly remember. So DC 10 is for easy questions. 15 is for basic. 20 to 30 is for really tough questions. All right. So with 13, you need 15 for a basic questions. So you know the most basic. Okay. I got the hang of it, I think. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm going to whisper this to Kirog. Let's see, is that how it works? So what you need to do now, Kirog, is right-click on the text box and hit copy. Right, hit and hit copy text to clipboard.
Yeah.
And then hit Control V, and that should, I think, yeah, Control V and enter. Yeah, that's the. Did I get the spelling right? Akadamai. By the way, that's a Greek word, and they completely.
I think
Yeah.
it's with an E, not an A in English. Academia.
Akadamai. I don't know. They changed it. I've never seen this word written the way they. I don't know how they would pronounce it in the game. It's not pronounced academy though. Akadamai or something like that. Anyway, we don't have to pronounce it because it's we just type it in text. So, okay. That's it. Right, guys, play. Um, a few more hours probably, but let me actually look this up. And there's going to be a roll at the end. You're going to roll at the end of these hours. Let me tell you exactly how many hours before you answer. Let me see, where had I written this down? Oh yeah, ledgers here. Right.
We use an American spelling or English spelling?
You know what? Up till
That's a good
now,
question.
it's a good question. Yeah, up till now, I've just let people do whatever they're comfortable with. I'm trying to think if that has any effect in the game, because in the game, for example, there will be characters who are going to be writing they're going to be writing NPCs deliberately with typos to convey the fact that they're poor people or peasants or stupid people or uneducated people. You see what I'm saying? So the way you type certainly has an effect in universe. So the question is, does the American and the I don't think so. I don't see any place for America or Britain in Golarion. So we could say that everybody should write American, everybody should write English. But the fact is, you guys are you already have a way that you're comfortable. So would it be easy for you to change?
It's not a huge issue, but I'd rather not.
Exactly. I think people are going to be getting they're going to be getting it wrong, and you already have so many other things to worry about. So for now, let's just everybody write in your native tongue or whatever it is, and we can revisit this issue in the future. But I don't think so.
Is it okay to use both? Because I'm really bad about switching.
Yes,
Oh.
you know what I do? I
Australian
pick the
English
ones
is
that I
weird
prefer.
because it uses both,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Alright, cool.
I go aesthetically. In some words, I prefer the English spelling. In some words, I prefer the American. So even
Yeah.
I'm not consistent. So just do whatever you want as long as it's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I need to look at the ledgers. Damn it, I thought I had written it down. I remember that it says a few hours. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say. It doesn't give an exact.
You could, if it doesn't give an exact, you could roll for it maybe, like a d4 or something.
No, if it says I'll look at it. I'm 99%. It says a few hours. In which case, I don't know, 3 to 4 like that. But I'm not gonna roll it
Yeah.
to d4 because it might come one. And
Yeah,
one
true.
is not a few hours. Anyway, give me a couple of seconds. You guys read the chat log or whatever until I find this. After a few hours of work. All right. Do you speak Varisian? You don't speak Varisian, do you?
Let me look up my languages. Because I think I speak a fair few.
Yes, you actually do speak Varisian. So it says a character who speaks Varisian and succeeds at a linguistics check with a DC of, well, I can tell you, I guess, DC 15.
Yeah, I have linguistics as well. I have like
What is your
one rank in
linguistics?
it. So I have like +7 on linguistics.
Oh, wow. Okay. I wonder if you fail that, if you can retry. Okay, so it's a pretty good.
Where do you check your languages?
Click the speech bubble in the chat.
No, in his character,
Yeah, it's somewhere on the sheet as well, but yeah, I see.
it's in notes. It's in notes.
I see.
Right. So, after a few hours of work, so you guys have, a few hours means, for me, it means, at least 3-4 hours. So now, what time is it now? Isn't it around midday, right? I think it should be around midday.
I can't remember.
You
what
you
time.
started at the pier early in the morning, and then you didn't spend much time there. You started walking over here, however long that took. You had a couple of encounters. You carried over the feverish guy, and then you've been here for a while talking. So it's at the latest it's midday. So a few hours to me means early evening. He'll be done. We don't have to give an exact time. He'll be done early evening. So you have until early evening. While if you're discussing stuff, he can interject. But he can't leave the lodgings. The rest of you can leave if you want to. The other thing I wanted to I'm going to pull up the combat tracker. You guys can pull up the combat tracker too. I want to see what happens to the madman. So we're going to have a bit of a problem here. Let's go back to the chat log to the point where he is it in the last chat log or in the one?
The one before he started dying or something.
Yes, in the number 7. So it says, I strike the madman with a morning sun's pommel, and then
Yeah,
and
but he
collapses
hit
to
him
the
so
ground.
hard that he took lethal damage.
Wasn't
So
that in number 6?
Yeah. So he's dying.
So I remember that the paladin, that the Dinopoke caused him to collapse, but apparently no, it's Caleb. It's
So at the end of chat log 6, Nilvalor knocks him unconscious. Hard enough that he is, I think, dying, and then we just brought him with us.
Well, it's a bit confusing because at the end of chapter 6, it says that he falls down, but then at the start of chapters of session 7, it says that he is going for Caleb, and then Caleb hits him again.
We didn't understand how the grappling works and cut it there because we had to check, so it's possible we undid some of the stuff that's still in the chat log.
Right. And then it's dying again in session 7.
all right. We're gonna go with the second. We're not gonna second guess ourselves now because we don't remember exactly what happened. So if the whatever the last chat log says, the last chat log says that he took 5 damage.
It also says he's dying. Yeah.
And he was dying. But he stabilized automatically. Looks like that's what it looks like to me. He rolled 17 for stabilization. That was a success, and he was stable.
Okay, but why is he
Right.
dying in the combat tracker? Doesn't
Not
say he's
in my
stable.
combat tracker. In my combat tracker, it says effects stable.
Oh.
To me, it says
So
dying.
now. It says dying to you. It's possible because let me see. It's possible because you guys are not getting all the details that I'm. Yeah, you guys do not get the You only get for the enemies. You get 3 or 4. You get healthy
So
or
we can't
medium.
tell.
Because you can't tell. Yes, but I mean, I think didn't you check up on him and you could see that he was stable? I think you tried to check.
Oh
up
yeah,
on
I
him.
did. In chat log 7, I checked him and found out that he's. Yeah, there's a line here. He's unconscious, but he'll live. He just needs some rest.
He just needs some rest. All right. So the only thing I need to figure out now in the rules is how long it will be before he comes to his senses, and is he going to come to his senses alone, or does he need help? So I'm going to go there now. Injury and death, stable characters and recovery. Let me just check that real quick. That's page 190.
So is Addison just ignoring my question, or?
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, I gotta wait for the. So the answer is a few hours, right?
Yeah, I think
we didn't have to.
Wait. Yeah. So you can reply. Go ahead and reply a few hours. That's all you can tell him.
Yep. Thanks.
Don't type. Don't continue the conversation though until we figure out the stable thing. So a stable
Okay,
character.
no problem.
Hmm. Right. So 1 hour after he becomes stable, he must make a DC-10 Constitution check to become conscious. All right. We go back to the chat log. I want to see exactly how he left him and where he left him. Where Dino left him. Okay, so he says he carries the madman in the alley next to Caleb's place.
And he's not tied up.
He's not tied up. You haven't tried to heal him, have you? Like with a spell?
No. Nicholas said not to waste spells.
He said that not to waste it. Okay. And you don't have any power. Like you only have a heal, right? The heal skill, if I remember.
Yeah.
Does that cure any hit points or?
It looks like you can heal someone with the heal skill, but it takes a day or more of like long-term care.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, it's like a little bed rest sort of thing. All right. Let me check something. I'm checking everybody's alignments. I want to see if you've been playing your alignment. Fuck is the alignment? Is it in the?
It's in our notes as well.
It's in notes. That's crazy. Your alignments are pretty. You're not, because you don't know each other. You're not supposed to know each other's alignment. All right. So, the only alignment that I remember off the top of my head is Dinobooks because that's easy to remember. I don't remember the other ones, so I'm gonna go check them quick. If you guys don't know yours, you might want to also check them. Where are they in the book? Is it in? It's got to be a whole chapter, right? Additional rules. Maybe it's there. No. Yes, it's the first one. Addition. It's page 167. All right. All right, I read all your alignments. We're good. Okay, so I go back to injury and death, stable characters and recovery. So, to reiterate, 1 hour after he's stable, he must make a DC 10 to become conscious. And he takes a penalty equal to his negative hit point total. Understand that recovering with help and recovering without help.
So it looks like recovering without help. It says treat those characters the same as recovering with help, but failed Constitution checks result in the loss of 1 hit point.
I see.
So it's like additional rules on top of the recovering with help.
So you guys leaving him there, it means he's trying to recover now without help. Unless somebody goes out there, and unless you either bring him in or somebody goes out there and just stays with him on the street. And obviously the paladin will know this. So he has this decision to make if he's going to leave him there to try to recover on his own or if he's going to tend to him.
Can I start speaking?
Yeah, you can. But wait, isn't this non-lethal damage? Okay. That's what we need to see. If this is non-lethal damage... It says, I strike the madman with the Morning Star's pommel. And he took a -4, so I think this -4 represents that is non-lethal.
That was a miss, though, wasn't it?
It was a miss. And then Caleb attacked with the sap. Again, non-lethal. It is non-lethal because if you look at the well, you guys can't see, but I can see the SBD subdural non-lethal wounds. He has 13 hit points non-lethal. 18 wounds. Look, his hit points are his maximum hit points are 13. And he's taking 18 damage. So I think anything over his maximum is lethal. I think that's how it works. We need to figure it out. We used to know it, but now we're gonna have to figure it out again. Or you can just go outside and kill him and take us out of our misery. Alright. No lethal damage. Oh, and it's healed quickly. That's another thing with non-lethal damage.
Okay, so when your non-lethal damage exceeds your current hit points, you fall unconscious. And then all further non-lethal damage is treated as lethal damage.
Exactly.
So from that hit, he went unconscious, and then he took... So if he was on 13, he took... Or if his hit point total is 13, he took 5 lethal damage. And then how much HP was he on when Caleb hit him, I think is the other question.
I can see now that he's -5 basically. Right now he's -5.
Okay.
And so that -5 is lethal. So
yeah.
Which is cured first, though?
So the non-lethal damage isn't like, it doesn't look like it needs to be healed. You just have to keep a running total of it, like in combat. Oh no, it says non-lethal damage is healed quickly with rest. Okay, let me see.
Look,
Okay,
since
you
now
heal.
let me tell you something. Since now you are in a safe space, you could go outside and cast the Cure Light Wounds, which I think would solve a lot of problems.
It would, yeah.
On top of being, being the nice thing to do that the paladin wants to do. So it made sense before for you to not waste any spells, but now that you're here, you could waste one spell. And what would happen if you would that bring him back to one? I think.
It looks like if he's on -5, I need to heal at least 5. If I bring him to 0, it makes him conscious and disabled. If I raise it to 1 or more, it makes him fully functional.
Yeah. Okay. Give that a try then.
Yep, I'll just respond
Say
to.
something. Say
Yeah.
something. Yeah. You can't say something now that we're safe here. I may as well go and cure him or whatever. And you're upstairs, by the way, so you need to go down. Okay, whoever's going out, obviously Addison's staying here; he can't leave. But whoever's going out, just drag your token out from let me see, from here, from this door. You're supposed to, you go downstairs and then you exit from the door. Supposed to be there. Nice. Good thinking. Guys, move your tokens.
Are we all going? No,
No,
not me.
whoever is going, move your tokens. What are you waiting for?
Where's the door? Can I just move straight out?
Can you see this?
I think it's to your right.
Can you see that
It's hard to
arrow?
say. It's
Yeah.
very, yeah, yep. See the arrow.
Okay, just move out. Right. So I guess has anybody tried to move their token?
Yeah.
I have.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll move out. Assuming that's where the door is.
Oh,
Can you move your character out, Dino?
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
How many squares do you want us to move each?
Go about. You can go 15, 20 feet at least.
Okay.
For now, and when we're out in the street, we can do 30 feet. Your
Yep.
full movement, basically, whatever your full movement is. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Your full round movement. Right. I suppose that it hasn't been an hour since you went in, so that I don't need to do his constitution check. So, Dino, get out of the way, yes, so that he can. Okay, same thing. And let's see how you do the spell now. You target him. Do you remember how you target him? I think control and left click. Try that.
Control left click.
That's it.
Yeah. Yep. It says it in
And-
the combat tracker now.
Right.
Targets human commoner.
And now you go to your as an actions at the bottom.
Aha.
There was a procedure. So let's see. First of all, do you have all the spells? Let's see. Let me change your modes. I'll do that for you. Standard, preparation. So preparation. Why am I not seeing any cure spells? I see a bless, a cause fear, and a command. You don't have any cure.
No, I do. I'm trying to remember how it worked for clerics. I think how it worked was you can turn any of your level 1 spells into a cure light wounds. Let me double
Oh,
check
you
that.
told me that.
And that's why you didn't need to take it separately.
You told me that. So we would probably have to. How would we have to do this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Find in the book for me where it says that you can turn any spell into cure light wounds of the first
Yep.
level, right?
That
And then
one.
what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to change your Which one? Tell me which one you want to use: the bless, the cause fear, or the command?
I'll use the bless.
Don't you also have what is this? I think you also have some extra.
Yeah, I also have it's like an area of effect heal. It's like channel energy.
Oh, that. So you prefer the channel energy, or do you prefer the spell? I will tell you where you. If you go to your abilities, it says channel energy 3 out of 6. So you already used 3. Did you use those this morning to heal? Do you remember when you used these? The 3. Why do you have 3 out of 6 and not 6 out of 6? I'm gonna search the last chat log for channel
Yeah, I'm
energy.
gonna check how that heals as well.
Yes, I see you doing 3 channel energies. They were performed in the ship's hold at daybreak, so they were performed this morning when you woke up. That's why you don't have them. You only have
Okay.
3.
Yep.
So you're already, a little spent.
Yeah, I'll probably save those because they're area of effect.
They're
And I'll
exactly, and they
yeah,
do everything.
they're really useful.
All right. So you want to use the bless, the cause fear, or the command?
I'll do the bless. And it's page 41 has it's spontaneous casting, where I can turn it into a healing spell.
All right. I removed the bless from your thingy, and I'm going to add as prepared. Uh, I think I'm gonna have to bring it from the sidebar. I'm gonna have to click on spells. And then Cure Light Wounds. Pathfinder core rules. Wait. Right. And then I just drop this in this window, right? I dropped it in the window.
Yeah, it's straight up
Why
to me
does it
now.
not leave? It doesn't. The thing is, wait. Preparation. Okay. Yes. That's it. So
Okay,
now
there we go.
I put that. Yeah, I put that as your memorized. Okay. Tell me what page again.
Page 41. It's spontaneous casting.
Spontaneous casting, which is a class ability, I guess.
Yeah, so it's not in actions, it's... I
Right.
guess it's in abilities.
What is your god?
My god was Nethys.
But is that a good god though?
I'm pretty sure it's a neutral god, but if you look at the last paragraph of spontaneous casting, if they're neutral, you have to like pick whether you do cure or inflict spells. Once
I
you pick,
see.
you can't change your choice though.
A cleric who is neither good nor evil. Okay. Anyway, first I have to look at the god. Tell me the name. Nethys.
Nethys, yeah, pretty sure. Double
Wait.
check that.
Wait. Yeah. Let's check it on your sheet. It's got to be somewhere. Maybe it's in the notes. Deity Nethys. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. Is a Garundi god, holds magic. Yes, alignment neutral.
Yeah, so as long as it's not evil, I can do that.
And your choice has been cure spells.
Yep, I haven't used any inflict spells, so it's just cure spells.
All right. So we're going back to the actions. Cure light wounds. So preparation, and we're training into combat. So the way I remember this works is, first you click the little circle to the left of cure light wounds. Right, cure light wounds. Then,
Okay, now that I've done that, it's not in my spell list anymore.
yeah, it's not your spell list, which is weird because how would you maybe that was not the sequence. Maybe the sequence was different. All right. One thing I can do is, maybe I can do it for you. No, maybe you can do. Oh, I see it now. In standard, we're in standard mode. Look at now. There is a.
Okay.
There is
Okay,
a
I can see it
heal.
again.
Listen. There is a heal icon. Try to drag this and drop it on top of the character.
Okay.
Yeah. See if anything happens. Maybe we should have hit cast first. Anyway, heal, and you roll 6 plus 2 8. Why do you get a plus 2?
I think it's 1d8 plus 1 divided by level.
Yes, and you're level 2, huh?
Yeah, sorry, not divided. It's just yeah,
per level.
per level. Yeah, per level.
I see. Right. So now with that's a lot of hit points you gave him. So now with 8 hit points, it looks like
He's still unconscious.
he's unconscious, but he's purple now. Here to me, and it says that he has 10 wounds and 5 subtura. So the he had 18 wounds, yeah, and that 18 went to 10, and then oh, I see what happened here. I think I see what happened. The 8 cured both normal wounds and anyway. Fantasy Grounds did the math for us. Yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely he's now plus 3 hit points. So he has
Okay.
he's plus 3 hit points. So he's fine. He's fine. Let me see if does that mean yeah, that means he becomes conscious immediately. So let me type something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, why does Fantasy Ground say he's unconscious?
Yeah, that's a good. It says to you he's unconscious, right? Let me see what it says to me. It says to use. Let me look at your screen because it says unconscious to you. I wonder if maybe it will say he's conscious when his turn comes. So let's try that. I'm just going to. Let me see. Next actor. Next actor. Next actor. Let me advance the next round. Okay. Did anything change now when I gave next round? No, still unconscious.
No, nothing.
You know what? Try another spell, dude. Let's,
Okay.
So, let me pull up your. Okay, so all I'm gonna do now is which spell do you want to lose? Command or Co-Sphere?
I'll go with command.
All right, and then I'm just gonna give you another light wounds as preparation. And then I'm gonna change into combat. So click now to the left of the Cure Light Wounds. Let's try to do it now the correct way. Wait, it disappeared again. Okay, so I just need to change it to standard. And now click on the cast on the little
Okay, so just click it.
click on the cast, yes, first. Yes, that's what we wanted. And now you drop the heal on him.
Okay.
So that did 4 hit points. Isn't he conscious now in your screen?
It says he's heavy.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
That means he's up now.
Okay.
That means he's up. Just heavily but we don't yet understand. You know why I think? I don't know why he wasn't conscious before. Could be, I don't know. Anyway, let me type now. Let me type some. All right. Give me a second now. The question is, because he hasn't slept at all, can he move around? It says
Didn't we
healing
say that was one of the things in Pathfinder? If someone's healed,
Yes.
they get up straight away.
Yes. They get straight away. Healing that raises he makes him fully functional again, just as if he'd never been reduced to 0 or lower. If it's 1 or more hit points, and now he has a lot. Well, relatively speaking, he has 6 wounds. So out of 13 hit points, he has 7, but he also has 1 non-lethal. Does that 1 non-lethal? I don't think it counts non-lethal. Like you just
I think it doesn't count unless it is at least.
Unless it goes as many
13.
as he's full. Yeah,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah.
exactly. All right, so he's just heavily hurt. That's all. But he can speak, he can move, whatever. All right, so now I need to go quickly to his encounter. I just need to check something about his character.
I'll laugh if he just tries to stab us again.
All right, I typed something. Remove the. I think if you control click on him, you remove the targeting. If the man had died, I was thinking that I would tell Dino to go surrender to the guard. And if you wouldn't let him, I would tell him you should get up in the middle of the night and go. And then I had the whole thing in my mind, because if he goes out in the night on his own, he's gonna have random encounters. I'm gonna have to roll. So if he did get a random encounter on his own, he would be in trouble. But anyway, all that is gone now. All right. So now what I have to do is NPCs. If I want to speak as him, I have to add him to my thingy there. Guys, when you're going through stuff, don't go through walls and stuff. Go around, you know?
Right.
Pay attention to the...
That should be an emote, shouldn't it?
An emote. What does the emote look like?
It would say like Nicholas Albert turns and stares at Novolor.
I thought
Or is that an
we
action?
changed to using acts.
Yes,
At
we
some
changed to use because it's simpler. So you don't have to worry about shift and all that. It's either enter or control and enter
Okay.
if it's an action.
Okay, cool.
I don't see any advantage of using the emote. It's just it leads to more mistakes and there's no immersive advantage.
So can I spend? So I can spend an hour to regain my spells. So I'm gonna sit down, like what I just said.
Can you regain your spells in the middle of the day? Don't you have to wait for the night or something for a whole day to pass?
So on page 40 it says clerics meditate or pray for their spells. Must choose a time when they spend 1 hour each day in quiet contemplation to regain them. Unless I've done that already.
You've done this already in the morning.
Okay.
So we'd have you. This is weird. It's nothing like what second edition was. Let me look at it again. I remember I remember thinking it's weird even before.
Yeah, if I've already done it for the day, then yeah.
You've
we'll be
already
able
done it for the day. It's just I'm wondering, like, does it have to be the same hour every day, like 7 a.m.? Can it be 9 a.m. the next day, or?
I don't know. Doesn't
It
say
sounds.
much.
Even if it had a specific hour, I would rule that fuck this. No, there's no way. Like, it was only a few hours ago that you got your spells. You're not gonna get any
Okay.
spells right now.
Well, in that
Right,
case,
let me
I'm just resting. I'm not getting my spells back.
Are you sure you don't have to sleep? Because for wizards, you need 8 hours sleep and
Yes,
and
in
It's
spend
second
1
edition.
hour.
In
Yeah,
second edition, all the spellcasters had to sleep. But now the wording in this book, look, the wording in these books is not always strict. So they may mean that you have to sleep, but maybe the way they phrase it, it's almost like you're a lawyer when you're reading these books, and people
Yep.
are, because it's not a video game where everything is hard coded and they're very complex and all that. But I don't like the idea of him getting spells every day without sleeping. I'm definitely because sleep becomes a big thing in these games. You know, you have to sleep. You have to find you have to find a safe spot, and you have to be able to have 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep or whatever. And so there's no way I'm gonna leave the clerics to bypass this unless the book says it explicitly. But it doesn't seem that like the book is explicit about it. So for the time being, he's not getting spells anyway until
Yeah,
the
I
next
got that.
morning.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
let's not think about it. Yeah, the quiet contemplation part, eyes closed. I like that. You're sitting over there.
Yeah, so
add this on
it
the
won't be
study.
for an hour necessarily. It might just be, like I'm still awake. I'm just
You know. I'm trying to understand something real quick. Okay, no. Kirog, remember that you had laid on the floor all the treasures.
I remember that, but are we done looking at them? I don't really remember.
No, you're not done looking at them because you were rolling all those knowledge checks. You were talking about stuff about the lore of the different pieces. if you want some kind of help from me on what to do next, you need to come up with a plan of action. Like first we're going to do this, then that, then that. Find out what do you think is your top priority. The difficult thing about your campaign now is that first of all you have all these goals as a group that you could pursue, and some of you even have individual goals because of your campaign traits. You specifically, Kirog, have finished your campaign trait. So your trait was to get revenge, and you got revenge um, by killing
Adrian.
Gadrin, and also Saf also finished it because his trade was, it was not exactly to get revenge, but the book told me that if Gadrin dies, he also gets his trade because Gadrin made his life miserable. So the two of you are good. It's the other two guys who are not good because Nilvalor is still missing his brother, and Addison is still framed for a murder. I mean, he was cleared of the murder, but his reputation is still tarnished. So he wants to completely clear his reputation, his name. So the two of them have not gotten what they wanted. So they have those two goals, and especially Nilvalor's goal is urgent because it's his brother. The other guy is just his reputation, but Nilvalor is his brother. So, and I told him before in DM on Discord that his brother was supposed to be among the children, among lambs. So the problem was when you arrived there, the children, it was dark, and you started fighting immediately. So he had no time to look at the children and see if his brother was there. And then after Gedrin died, the children scattered in the winds. So now, where the fuck is his brother if he was there? And if he wasn't there, then he wants to find the children and ask them about his brother. So that's an entire fucking side quest in the middle of a city in anarchy. You see what I'm saying? And then you have all these other things like with all the stuff that you've gathered, and you have Zalara, and you have the Brooch and all that stuff. So it's much harder than all the other campaigns. All the other campaigns, they have more or less set goals, and they know which direction they go, and they're not in a city. They're like in the wilderness or in a small town. So you have all these options. So you really have to sit down and hammer down that we're gonna do this, that. Even just navigating to whatever target you want is going to be difficult. Let me tell you one more thing that's going to be difficult. You have all this stuff, but who is holding what? Because if somebody dies, or if you get divided, then right now you don't even know who's holding what. So at some point, let's not do it now, but at some point, I mean, if something seems important to you, just give it to the paladin. Okay, he's the tankiest guy. He has the. You're gonna need to take stock of everything basically, and you need to maybe hide it, maybe. By the way, guys, if you just want time to pass, you can just say Kiro can lay in his bed and take a nap. The other guy is sitting in the corner. The paladin can also sit in another corner, and you can just say we wait until Addison finishes the. That's always an option.
Are we sleepy?
It's in the middle of the day, you have no reason to sleep right now. Yeah, Kirok, Zelara is with an E and two L's.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Zelara.
Zelara, yeah.
Okay.
Not that you would know this, not that you would know your exact spelling, but it's weird. We have to use text. By the way, the sound that you can hear is the wind making the shutters rattle.
As I'm getting a phone call, just be 5 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I messed up copying and pasting there and have an L in the wrong place.
What, your last post, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, the L. Yeah, okay.
The L from Will is at the end of have.
Yeah, it happened, no worries.
I don't remember if Novalor already checked the ledgers at an
No,
earlier
I don't
time.
think he did.
Yeah, I
don't think he did.
think so.
When I did I haven't specified, or do I need to specify what I'm looking for in the ledgers?
No, you don't. You just check the ledgers to see what the hell they have. Keep in mind that at some point you're gonna have to eat as well. I don't know if Caleb is supposed to have any food here, but even if he does have, he's not gonna have for 4 people.
With the books, is there any reason for...
It's they're ledgers.
Ah, okay, yeah. I was using that colloquially.
Yeah, fair enough.
So with the ledgers, is there any reason to either... Because, like, if I was looking through them for information about his brother, but I know nothing about him,
I see what you're saying.
is there any need for him to look at it, or for us to talk about it, or about his brother, or...
I'll tell you something. In this specific case, this check, the one that you're making, is going to tell you what you need to know. If you everything, he's going to give you all the info that the ledgers have if you succeed the check. If you fail the check, then someone else can try, as long as they have Varisian and linguistics.
Okay.
Does anybody else have Varisian and linguistics? I don't think so. Nilvalor doesn't have Varisian. Caleb, I don't think he has a lot of languages. No, he has just 2. We're gonna have to relook. We're gonna have to look again at your. Yes. So you all seem to have Celestial because Dan was obsessed with you guys having a secret language, which it can come in useful. I can tell you again, but it's extremely edge cases, like extremely rare. It will come in useful, whereas 4 extra languages would probably come in useful more. And keep in mind, you are in Varisia. Like, this is the region you are. Your campaign takes place in Varisia. The Rise of the Rulers campaign takes place in Varisia. And keep in mind that if the other campaign fucks up, you might have to help them out. Or if you fuck up, they might have to help you out. Plus, there's another like 4 or 5 campaigns in this place, plus a billion adventures. Like this region, Varisia, is the most developed region in all of role playing. It has the most books out of any region of Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, of any. It's the most because it's James Jacobs. It's the first one he made, and they've been working on it for like 15 years. So they have like 100 books just for this region. So out of all of
I'm
you
back,
here,
by the way.
yeah, out of all of you here, the only one who speaks Varisian really is the wizard.
Yeah, I only speak Common and Celestial.
Yes, I was telling them.
Seems
I don't know. You
strange.
might have missed this. The Celestial is weird. First of all, for Dan wanted you to have one language that you all spoke, so you could speak behind, so that enemies couldn't understand you. But as I tell the guys, this is extremely rare for this to be useful.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember why I picked Celestial, but yeah.
You picked Celestial because somebody decided, it could have been Dan, that this is going to be your. So definitely,
Right.
like it's a waste of it's a complete waste. The only one who doesn't have Celestial is Addison, and I think the reason he doesn't have it is because I told him this and he changed it, if I remember. So I think the 3 Celestials that you have. First of all, what the fuck is Celestial even? Is it the angels? Let me see.
I think it's the angels from the planes.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't make sense that any of us would really know that language.
Exactly.
Of us.
Look. If one of you knew this language, we would have to make your background, a special background, specifically to explain why the fuck do you speak this language. So now 3 of you, strangers, who you met, it doesn't make sense for all of you.
Yeah, it just happen to all speak angel.
I think
by all races of the outer sphere, the benevolent races. So forget it. Like none of you is gonna speak this language. So you now have 3 languages. We can do them now. Let me see. So I'm gonna remove. I removed it from Nilvalor and then delete item. In fact, the language that would have made more sense for all of you to have is Varisian, apart from Common, because you're all locals. You are all from Corvosa. Chelaxian, but Chelaxian is Common. That's what I read in the player's guide. That the language of Cheliax, because Corvosa was made by colonists from Cheliax, right? So you're all locals. You should all speak Chelaxian, and that's Common. So you all speak that already. So Varisian is more, I guess, from what I understand, Varisian is like a mix of Common and the local Varisian. Let me see.
Yeah, is it like a dialect or something?
Some dialect. That's what I think it is. Let me look at it real quick on Google.
What was is there a section for languages in the core book, or is it in?
No, I'm just Googling it right now. But you guys don't Google this stuff because you might
I'm not
hit on on spoilers.
Yep.
So the Varisians are nomadic human ethnic group. So they're... Look, let me put it to you this way. The Chelaxians are the whites. You guys are the whites, the colonists. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and the Varisians are like the Indian Americans or the the Aztecs or what? Not Aztecs. Native Varisians, before the Chelaxians arrived, right? And some of them are they're barbarians. So that language seems to be there. So look, this language. That's why not everybody speaks it because, for example, Caleb would be good to have this language because he's supposed to be more street smart, and he's supposed to know more people of the underworld or more marginalized communities. So it would make more sense for him to know it. The wizard can also, he knows it because, they have high intelligence, so they know a lot of languages. That's it. Why do you only have...
I'm happy to take it.
You're happy to take it. Do you also have linguistics? I doubt it.
I don't think so.
No, well, it is a class skill. It is a class skill for you, so you could roll linguistics. It looks like you just have a +1 instead of Addison's +7. So it would make sense. Let me look at the languages. So let's see if I hit plus here.
Also, I'll mention, because I forget this sometimes, because my deity is like a knowledge deity. I've got a domain spell which just lets me understand all languages.
Do you have to memorize it, or is it zero
It's like an
level?
additional spell. I think I can only cast it once a day, but I don't know how long it lasts. Probably just a few minutes. I'll double check that. But it's like an additional spell on top of the normal cleric spells.
For example, why does Nilvalar speak Abyssal?
I think my
He's a
mindset was that like Abyssal and Celestial was like good and bad, like good and evil, and
Well, I
yeah,
can definitely see a paladin, like if he has a obsession against evil, that he would want to know its language or whatever. Let me Google though how it would make sense. Abyssal language, Pathfinder. It's the native language of the demons of the abyss. So I mean, where would you even learn it? Although it is also spoken by many devil, or those who have frequent dealings with races of the lower realms. It's spoken in the whirlwind.
And the core rulebook doesn't describe the languages, does it? It lists them, but it
Does
doesn't
it list them?
It lists some of them. Like I don't think it lists all of them, but it lists
Let
some
me
of them.
see where it lists them. Tell me a page.
Um,
I'm just gonna Google Pathfinder languages. We could use some rules. Let's see, languages Pathfinder.
Yeah, so my spell lasts for 10 minutes per level, so at the moment I could use it for like 20 minutes at a time.
Okay, that wouldn't work for the hours that you need to look at the
No.
ledgers.
It wouldn't work for the ledger.
if you look in the manual under linguistics, I'm just saying, like doing this in fantasy grounds. It does give you a little bit of a description, but not much of a description. Like it says, demons and other chaotic evil outsiders for Abyssal. And Verizian isn't listed, because that's like a campaign-specific thing, I guess. But yeah, when I did the languages, I just kind of didn't really have any concept of
Yes.
what any of it meant, aside from like, and I think we also came up, we tried to sort of do it between ourselves, like as a distribute languages amongst the party and stuff.
That was the issue. We didn't know exactly what the languages, like the context of knowing them.
Yeah, so the languages here are all the generic languages for the races. So they don't have, for example, the different regions, of Golarion, which would be, more useful. Of course, Dwarven would be useful. The guys that are in Rise of the Rulers, Goblin would be useful. We haven't looked at it, so precisely because we haven't thought about it deeply and all that and etc. Your languages, as long as you haven't used the language, you can change it.
I think I'd like to ditch Draconic. Like it's very random. Like when am I?
Who chose this shit, man? Who chose this? All right. I put a Varisian in Caleb's because it would make perfect sense for him. He has common and Varisian, so we're done with him. I'm gonna close his let me see something. Okay. And then we have the rest of you. I'll leave you for the end, ysignal. I'm doing now Nilvalar and Nicholas, and they need one language each. By the way, I haven't calculated. I'm gonna go now with the slots, as many slots as Dan calculated, but eventually I'm going to recalculate them because I've got many errors that he's made. So plus I need to learn how all this shit works anyway. So let's find Nicholas's now. He has common and he needs one more. If we want to be a bit cynical about it, this campaign pretty much stays in Varisia. So, the chances of this character going anywhere else are slim. So don't take my word for it, because I haven't read the whole fucking campaign. It's 600 pages. And these campaigns sometimes have crazy shit where, you go to other planes and... or you could just teleport you across the planet, and then you'll say, I see, you said we'll stay here. I have no idea, actually. But I think from the map that I've seen, it's mostly here. Plus, keep in mind, lots of shit can happen. Like, for example, if one of you dies, then you're going to have to pick another adventure to play to get levels up on the new guy that you're going to bring in the campaign. So that means you might end up playing another adventure, completely different that I haven't even seen. So, we could look on the map. Let's look on the map. Hold on. Inner sea region. Don't Google this, because, for example, if you Google Pathfinder map, there's a map for first edition and there's a map for second edition, and the map in second edition has new shit in it that happens, world shaking shit, and you don't want to see this. So you really need to stick with the maps that I give you. Let me look. So basically, I'm looking at the map here. And so you have Varisia. And to the north are more barbarian areas. And to the to the west there's nothing. There's the sea. And to the east and south, there's Nidal, Nirmathas, Cheliax. You already speak Chelaxian. It's common. So really, Varisian is okay. You know what we're gonna do? It makes no sense for us now to What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a note. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna remove Abyssal. Look, Nilvalor's Abyssal does give the character some character. Like the fact that he's a paladin and he speaks the language of demons. We can actually write something about that in his background, so he can keep it if you like it. And I removed Celestial. Actually, in his case, it kind of would make sense to speak both Abyssal and Celestial if you want to. Is that what you want? He would be very useful. He would be very useful in the plains. So why not? I'm gonna leave. As long as we don't have 4 people with Celestial, as long as it's just one slot from one character, that's fine. So you can think about it more if you want, because you haven't used them yet. So if you change your mind, you can definitely change this. But for now, we're just leaving yours as they are. You have Elven because you're half elf. You have Como, Celestial, Abyssal. So I'm leaving you. Keep you can think about that later. In Saf's case, he has one extra slot. He can take Varisia now, or he also can think about it. And I can just leave these slots. I can just write a note in his sheet that says you have an extra slot. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
you know what? If you wait another week, I will have the overworld up on World Anvil, and then you'll be able to have the maps, the official maps that I want you to see, and then you can spend some time perusing them, and you can see is there something interesting in that map, some nation that looks interesting to you, and then I can give you some info. You see what I'm saying? We can take it from there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in your notes. He has one extra language to assign.
Yeah, and because I worked as a scribe and stuff, it would make sense with the books and stuff that I would be able to learn some other region's language if I studied it. like in my backstory?
It could also be in other races. That's another thing you don't
True,
well. The paladin speaks Elven and the wizard speaks Dwarven, so you do have two races. But you could also, there's more races out there.
Yeah, I could also.
Although those are the main humanoid. Besides humans, the main humanoids are dwarves and elves, certainly. So you have one extra slot. Are you sure you have two slots? It sounds a little small but maybe your intelligence is low. Is that how it works? Your intelligence is 12. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only
that
12
makes sense.
because my it's wisdom is my main stats. I've got high wisdom, but just like average intelligence.
All right. So we're now with Addison, who wants to. Yeah, it doesn't make. Look, wait. Dracon is different than Abyssal. How is it different? Oh,
I
it's for
think it's
dragons.
the dragon. Yeah, dragon language.
Dragons. Look, let me tell you something. Most of these campaigns have a dragon. So this campaign, I can't tell you for sure, but it probably does have a dragon. Not 100% sure, but it's like 80% sure.
I think
I don't know how you.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I picked that. I guess I was thinking, like, because he's studied a lot of languages, it makes sense for him to have something kind of exotic.
Yeah,
But
could be
not
that
ordinary.
he's fascinated by it. Could be that
Like
he's fascinated by it. And
we have someone who has Elvish already anyway.
Yeah, we always have. You have Elvish, Dwarvish, you have Celestial, you have Abyssal. So you could have Draconic too. I've never played a dragon in D&D. Like, because my characters never got up to the level of my players where they would face a dragon. So I have no idea how you even role play a dragon or what their powers are. We're gonna find out eventually. Let's leave it there, and if you change your mind, you can change it as long as you don't use it, right?
Yep, cool.
So we're good for now, and Caleb can take a second pass at the ledgers if you fail at it. So if early evening you fail, then he can try again, and he until midnight or something. He can try, so you will know tonight if. All right, so keep talking if you have more to say, or if you don't have more to say, we're going to speed up time so we can make the roll for the ledgers.
I think we need to speed up time. Like, that seems to be where we landed.
Yeah, I was just gonna wait.
How do I find out if I have food in the house or not, I see?
What's that? Go again?
You said we'd need to eat at some stage. How do we go about that?
If you were Dan, when Dan was making his character, he bought rations of food. So he had, you could see exactly how many rations he had on him. So I don't think you have any food on you, do you? I'm looking at your inventory.
Don't think so.
It says trail rations. You have 5 trail rations. Let me see what's that. It's food and drink. So 5 of them means you can all eat. I don't know why you have them. Maybe did everybody buy, or is it just you? Let's see. For some reason, you have 5 trail rations.
I bought a load of shit like rope and rations that didn't really make sense for me to have.
It's funny because I put into Google trail rations, and the first thing that came up is D&D. So it's like, so that's what happens if you eat trail rations. It says here, but that's D&D. It's not Pathfinder, but so it says that's what happens if you eat trail rations for 3 days, like an adventurer would. It's an entire article. Wait, I'm gonna put it on Discord.
Is this an inn that we're? I don't think
No,
that's been specified.
you're in some working class person's lodgings that he rents. It's like Airbnb.
Okay, so
He
the guy
lives
downstairs,
downstairs?
the guy downstairs doesn't like sell anything.
Well, you could go ask him if he has some food to sell you. Or, okay, it doesn't matter. We don't need to research that. What we do know is he has enough food for you here for all 4 of you for tonight. You can also go out and feed the homeless guy. He can be your pet homeless guy. You can take him everywhere. All right, I'm speeding up time. Oh, Kiero is typing something.
Yeah, you can speed up time.
All right. So, let's see what the roll here is like.
Should that be noted
it's
in the logs that time is
It's a
passing?
DC 15. It's a what? I will after you roll, I will type the whole thing.
Okay.
So DC 15 linguistics check. Yes. So let's see how you would roll this check. You click on skills, linguistics. I think you just go to linguistics and just double click the little square that has the +7. Just double click, and if you hit 15 or higher, it's good.
Sorry, click or double click?
Double click. Oops. Oh, okay. Just about. That was lucky.
Yes, that was all the bonus. Did the heavy lifting there.
Huge bonus. Okay, let me give you exactly what it says because. I'm typing something. I'll be done in a sec. I'll let you know when you guys can type. I have some more stuff to type. Oops, I made a mistake there. And I have one more thing to type. I should have had this prepared from before, but I had other stuff to do, so I'm doing it now. I had higher priorities. All right, there we go. So now I can give you the look. This every trade completion gives 400 XP. But it says here that it gives it to the whole party. I suppose it's because Addison, he did not solve this thing by himself. The reason that he has a ledger is because he has a whole party with him that helped him get the ledger. So the 400 XP goes to everybody. I think I already have given you the 400, the two 400s for killing him for the other two trades. So now there's one 400 left for Nilvalor's brother.
But
that's the only one.
But when you applied it originally, did you apply the 400 4 times, like multiple times? Like in killing it, didn't it satisfy 2 traits? So does that mean that
it satisfied 2 traits, so I should have given you 2. So the question is, did I give you 2 at the time? I don't remember. We have to go back to, and keep in mind that I only learned how to assign XP parcels very late. Like in the first sessions, I didn't know how to assign parcels, and I would give you manually the XP. I would just type it in your books. So we don't have it. We don't have it in the chat logs. So what I plan to do at some point is, right now I've given you XP, but I've given it to you like roughly. So I want to go back and chapter by chapter, page by page, see the XP and also add the XP to the chat log to the exact point where it's awarded, and then do all the math, make 100% sure everybody has the correct XP. So for the time being, we're going to continue with this rough way. It's not rough now. Everything from now on is not rough because I know now how to give XP. But what happened before, I cannot check it now. So we're just going to have to go with whatever we've done already. And I'm pretty sure it's fairly accurate, but we might be missing a few hundred XP. It's not a huge deal. I don't think it's going to be a life and death. But eventually, I definitely will sit down and fix it. So now I have to give you this XP parcel. I just have to find out where it is because, it's not here. It's in the last chapter. So I have to pull out. It's in Gadrin's Den. It's the attack on the fishery. It's called Old Fishery. Let's see. Quests. It's in quests. There's a little thing. So I type there. Let's see. Type fishery. No. Oh, maybe it's framed. Maybe it's called frame. Yes, trade award frame. I found it with the search function. That was pretty. Yes, 400 XP. So now what happens is I pull up the party sheet. I go to the XP slot. And then I pull the trade award frame into the awards here. And then I just click award, reward. Right? And then award. Okay, it didn't register. I don't know why. Why didn't it show? Well, let me check something. Where would the XP be? There would be. Is it in main? Person level. Yes. Oh. XP. Why does it say 403? Maybe I have to drag this to the chat box. No. Okay. Maybe they changed how it works. That is weird. Alright, I'm gonna have to Google it.
After you guys killed Gadrin, did you properly sort through all the gear and like do any like upgrades and stuff? Like I can see that Caleb has the dagger, but Nilvalor has the armor. Is that intentional? Or did we not get
No,
around to it?
they had trouble because that stuff was heavy and they were overloaded. So they just gave the stuff to whoever could carry it.
Right.
You have not sorted through the items. You have not figured out which item, who should have which item, and then some items need identification. There's just lots of these items have lore that you have to, they have clues and stuff. It's extremely difficult. It's time consuming. You're gonna have to figure out. Some of the stuff is just loot that you're supposed to sell for money. Some of the other stuff are important items for the campaign. And there's so many of them, and it just hits you with them in first level. Like this is loot that in Dungeons and Dragons Second Edition, you would get a 10th level, and this campaign gives it to first level characters. Just boom, you have so much money now. I think you could almost buy a fucking house. Like all this stuff is so expensive. It's crazy because it opens up so many. Like, what are you gonna do with all this money? Suppose you don't sell the wrong thing. Let's say you figure out how to sell the correct things. You get so much money. What are you gonna do with it? Are you gonna buy cool armor? Are you gonna buy magical weapons? Are you gonna buy horses and you have all these options. I don't even know what you're supposed to do. That's part of the reasons why this campaign is just so exciting to me. I want to see what you guys are gonna do and what's possible. But first, I need to figure out this fucking. I used to know it. How do you? Okay, I'm looking at the thread here. Look, all this time that I'm spending, you guys should be going back to the chat logs, to the descriptions of this loot, and open a note on Fantasy Grounds and write there which items you think you should keep, which item you should explore, and you have so many things to think about. You can also chat between yourselves right now.
I mean, I definitely want to get them appraised. I think our characters have talked about that a couple times.
Make sure it's better to talk in chat in character.
Yep. Can Addison talk about what he found in the ledger, or are we waiting for that?
Oh, I figured it out. Guys.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. What I did was I clicked on the tick box next to it that it's awarded. So then when I was clicking the award button, it wasn't giving you anything because it thought it was already awarded. So first you have to hit the award button, and then you put the tick next to it that it has been awarded. So I did it the wrong way around. So now you got 100 XP each. For that, we're all good. So you can continue the game. Let me tell you something, ysignal. You found the proof, but to clear your name, you have to take the proof to the authorities.
Right.
Keep that in mind.
Can
also,
can I like take the relevant page or pages as an item, or do we have to keep the ledgers together, or just keep the ledgers as a whole? Or
well, the way I see it is that it will be more convincing if you have the entire ledger instead of a couple of pages.
Right, that makes sense.
Like because the other crimes will corroborate the fact that this is actually the authentic Gadrian Lamp ledger instead of you pulling out a couple of pages out.
Right, that makes sense.
So I assume Addison can tell us what he found in the ledger. Would that be like an action, or?
I just told you what he found. I don't
Right.
have exact.
No, I mean like our characters. Does Addison need to say anything or do anything?
No.
Okay.
The three text boxes after he finishes are what Addison told you.
Okay, got
He
it.
told you these things in the narrator. Let's put it this way: the narrator told these things.
Yep.
In
Understood.
Addison's voice, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to double check.
Oh, so I should not delete the trade. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put another one. No. If you look at the XP, it said that you got the XP, but it doesn't explain the reason you got the XP. So the little blue ribbon what I put that says trade award frame, that explains the reason. So that's all we should do it from now on. Do not delete trade award line. Okay. Is the ledger actually in his inventory? Let me see. No, it's in somebody else's inventory.
Do we do inventory management in character? Or do we
Meaning?
just like as in if I want to carry the ledger?
Yeah, you have to ask it for the time being, yeah. Yeah, Nilvalor has it, as he has most stuff. Because of his, yeah, he has Gadrin's ledger. But at the end of the day, if something is important, he might be. It's best if he carries it because he has more hit points and all that. Oh, he's carrying the Madman. He's still carrying the Madman in his inventory, so I'm gonna delete that. He's carrying Queen Ileosa's brooch. He's carrying yeah.
Before we move on, did we examine every item in this
No,
stash?
no. Well, I gave you descriptions for all of them when you found them, and what you're asking me, I guess, is if you closely examine each one.
Yeah, is there some sort of
Let
check
me
for that?
see. Let
Or
me see if they. Yeah, I don't think.
like this abalone shell says it appears to symbolize something. Does that mean that it's in the shape of a symbol, and can we knowledge
Let me
check
see.
that symbol?
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm looking at them now, and most of them, if not all, seem to have an extra description, like something more than what I gave you. So you could spend time looking at each one of them and getting a slightly more detailed description, in some, at least for some of them. And then for some of them, I might even have more details, but that might be hard. Those might be harder for you to get. You might have to roll a check or find somebody who knows something about them. It's definitely going to be an involved, uh, we could even do this like midweek on Discord. I could start another channel, and because this sort of thing would be a bit boring to do now. Like instead of doing exciting stuff, you just sit here for the next 2 hours and you go slowly through every item and you roll. It wouldn't be the most, unless you have something in mind that's important. Unless one of your items stands out and you wanna, then we can do that item. But you got like, I don't know, 30 items or something. Do you really want to go through them one by one right now?
Right.
It actually would make sense. It would make sense, but we've been digging around with all this bullshit to start the game. So it would be nice to get some action. So yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to go through every single item right now. But if something stands out to you as important, then let's do it.
I was just hoping we could that we might check, do a check and like get something like we got from the ledgers. But it sounds
I
like
see
that's
what
not
you're
the case.
saying. Well,
Just
first of
like
all,
just farming them for information basically, or clues or whatever.
are you looking now on other people's inventories? Can you do that? I think I've enabled that option, right? Where are you seeing the abalone shell? It's not on your inventory. It's in
It's from the chat
Nilvalor's.
log. It's from the
Oh, you're
chat log.
seeing it in the chat log. Okay. Go for a second to the party sheet. The party sheet is at the top right. It's the one with the 3 characters, little button. And go to inventory. Can you see the party inventory?
Yeah, I can see that as well.
So now you can scroll down and you can see all the items you have alphabetically, the entire party, and you can see who has them. Right.
I would.
Let me
if
type
we,
something first of all.
Okay.
Let me type something first of all, and then we'll continue this.
I know. I don't think the fishery is on the way. I think
Is it the other way around?
Yeah, it's the other
it's
way
the
around.
other way around.
Yeah. My bad.
Zalara's place is on the way to the fishery.
Yeah. I misread it.
Yeah, so I wanted to type that, and then if you want to take a look at the abalone shell, just type Nilvalo, hand me that shell. I want to take a look at it, or something like that. Hand me that shell you have. It seems to be his holy symbol, though, isn't it? Is that something you found somewhere, or is it Nilvalor's? So
It's in the chat log as one of Gadrin's items.
the abalone shell. It's in. Okay, let me take a look at
It's
it.
part of the parcel that Kirog. It was like wrapped up together.
Also, sorry, I mistyped. I meant to say what happened to your brother.
Okay. Stop typing the chat. I just want to check this. Yes. So in the chat log, it just says an abalone shell that appears to symbolize something. That's all it says. So yeah, it's not Nilvalor's item. It's Gedrin's, and you can take a look at it if you want. You can talk over each other. So while Nicholas is talking to Nilvalor, Addison can also talk to Nilvalor at the same time if he wants. So what you can do, Dino, you can write. I tell Nicholas the story of my brother. So, and then Control Enter. I tell Nicholas the story of my brother, and then Control Enter. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can pull out the story from your notes. All right. I'm going to type the story. No, do I need to type the story or? I can't copy paste from people's from the character sheet. That's interesting. Okay, so okay. So he told you the story. It's not a particularly special story. His brother was abducted, And well, I guess. Okay, wait. I'll copy paste it from the website. No, we gain nothing by. I'm just trying to figure out if Nicholas would know anything.
So
Okay,
my character was
Go ahead.
abducted by Gadrin as a kid. So
Wait, your character also was abducted, right?
yeah. As a small child, I was abducted by Gadrin Lamb. That's why I thought there might be
Okay.
potentially information I know.
Okay,
But I'm
I'm
not
gonna
sure.
whisper something to you, and all you have to do is, pass it on. I made one typo there. You'll see it. Instead of fishery, I wrote fisher. What you can do is you can right-click on it, copy paste, and then slightly reward it so that it sounds like it's coming from you. You see?
Yeah.
Keep in mind when you're rewarding it, you cannot use. It's difficult how to you don't have to navigate. Like I don't think you can use up and down. You can only use left and right to.
Okay.
And use your mouse to click wherever you want to change it.
Okay. How do I
Take
copy
your right click on the text, and then there's one of them says
sorry.
okay. That was a
I
mistake.
think I left clicked. Yeah.
So you need to
Okay, got it. Right click and then.
Okay. Don't do anything now because we already have this. I'm gonna type a note there.
Okay.
For myself to fix in the chat. Rewrite the above to sound as if it comes from Nicholas.
Yeah, I left click by mistake and then I couldn't
Yes,
I had to
that's what I
drag
said.
it.
Right click and then you
Yep.
choose the copy paste option and then you right. So you have the info now. Though.
Yep.
You have the info, and everybody has the info about the kids. Just when you read it, Dino, this is what I whispered to Nicholas, and he would have to rewrite it. So he would have to say, for example, after hearing Nicholas' story about after hearing your story, I'm convinced that if he still lives, he would have been, etc. He's just basically telling you that now that the kids have scattered to the wind, they're not going back to the fishery. So you have the whole city to look for them. It's difficult. I suppose since he does have a bit of a criminal past, I suppose he would know where to look for. You know, he would know which parts of the city
would
are
I
the
maybe
safe
know
ones.
not like the exact location, but maybe certain places where they might use hideouts?
Exactly. Or where they operate, where they
Yeah.
because they're pickpockets and all that. So you can type that. I have some ideas about how to track him down. You can type something like that, and then you can, when you want to go off and do that, you can tell me that we're setting off to do that, and I will tell you where to go and all that. But for the time being, just type that. You know, it's not a hopeless situation. I have some ideas. Great, that's fantastic the way you put it. And now let's play for a second the two items that. So Nilvalor, just say that I hand Addison the items, and then Control Enter. Remember, Control Enter. And then I will. Great, and then I will describe this to you.
Can I talk to Caleb while this is happening, or should I wait?
Go ahead. You guys know what abalone is? An abalone is a kind of seafood, basically. Mollusk. Like a shell, but an animal lives inside, and then you eat it. It's a delicacy, and then in the end, you're left with an abalone shell. So, yes, this is a good point. This is a very good point. Kirog is really killing it with the dialogue. I was reading the last exchange, and it was hilarious. The place where he was arguing with Dinopoke. Right. So I have to tell you about I'm trying to figure something out. Okay. Addison looks over the items. It's great. Like the role playing here, I've never had such great role playing. In part, it helps. The text helps, but you guys are really good at this. If you need to see more stuff, go ahead.
I actually got an abalone shell at home. I just realized because you can get them in New Zealand, so I've actually eaten it before.
All right. Let's do something. Hold on. I want to roll something without you guys knowing. So I want to see if my rolls are hidden. That should be in the options. Show GM rolls off. So now, if I just click in one of your oh wait, I'm slowly getting the grasp of this again. So you shouldn't be able to see this, right?
We saw that you rolled something.
Okay, but you didn't see.
Yeah, it was just like a shadow. So we know that you rolled something, but we don't know what.
Yeah. I rolled knowledge religion for Nicholas. He has knowledge religion, and I will type the result. You rolled very high. You rolled 19. So let me see. The 19 gives you for basic questions. So tough questions will be 20 and up. You needed one more for a tough question, but you got 15. Yep. Basic questions, and this is a basic question, so you definitely got.
That's still a pretty high roll. I've only got +1.
Yeah, it's a high roll. You rolled 18. So you definitely got this. So I'm gonna type something. It's Nicholas's, or is it Nicholas? Like the possessive. Is it an extra S for Nicholas?
I think you just put an apostrophe at the end.
As the abalone shell is passed back to Nilvalor, it catches Nicholas's eye. I think there's an extra S to my head.
I think you
Nicholas.
pronounce it like that, but when you write it, you just put the like you wrote in the previous the whisper. You just put the one apostrophe.
Right, I'm gonna put one for now.
Oh, and I just noticed a typo before. It says after hearing Nicholas's story, but it should be after hearing Nilvalor's story.
Right. After I type this, I'm gonna
Because
add a
their
note
names are
for that.
similar.
So now the abalone shell is identified. So if you look in the inventory, it actually tells you. Oh wait, I'm gonna unidentify it. I'm going to delete the price, so you guys cannot see the price, and that's it. The rest you can see. So it says holy symbol abalone shell shellin. You have a holy symbol, right? Seth?
Yeah.
Yes, you have a holy symbol wooden. It says here. So I think that every priest needs it to cast his spells, right?
Yeah. I think it was. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it's. I think I wear it.
So you have identified one of the things.
Yep.
All right. So where was the area says after hearing Nicola's story? Okay. And it was after hearing Nicola's story.
Yeah.
All right.
Is there a specific skill for identifying an item, or like, because like there's this
Yes.
wand.
Yes, that's what I was looking at. There doesn't seem to be a skill for identify. It's a magical. It's a
So
magical
is that like an
spell.
arcana knowledge check?
That could be okay. Tell me again which item you're interested in,
An obsidian wand.
and who has this.
Let me look in the party sheet.
don't think the knowledge skill lets you identify items. Doesn't say anything about that on the skill.
Well, that's what you just did with a knowledge religion, but
I don't see it in the inventory.
look, it makes sense to me that
It does
a
make
priest
sense, yeah.
would be able to identify. Keep in mind that all these rules are, if something makes sense, it makes sense. It's not.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Generally speaking, from what I know about D&D, the identify spell is about identifying magical stuff. It's not about identifying, the use. I would say for non-magical uses of items, what you need is somebody with knowledge of the profession or of the skill,
Yeah, that makes sense.
etc.
It's only identifying the magical properties why you need the spell, but if you can just
Exactly.
look at it and you know something about it, it makes sense that you'd be able to pull from your
And
knowledge.
then if the GM thinks that it's something that's a rare item, then he would require a kind of skill check, relevant
Yeah.
skill check, which is what we just did, and I just required a basic. You would have succeeded in that role, even with a what's the lowest of the? I think is it a 10 or let me see, the most basic level of the I think it's a 10. Yeah, 10, anything from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you would have succeeded in identifying that that's just a symbol, holy symbol of.
Yeah, I mean, that makes
Plus,
sense because
you
the
even live.
temple, yeah,
Exactly.
it was like a mixed temple, like it was for like multiple gods, so I probably would have seen a lot of the common ones, the symbols.
All right. So is the way is it detect magic that I need to cast on this wand then?
Detect magic is a different spell from identify.
But
They
identify
have
is like explained in terms of detect magic. Like it says, this spell functions as detect magic.
Detect magic is not barely even a spell. Like it's you can cast as many times as you want a day, so it's sort of like an ability because it's a zero thing.
It's a cantrip.
And then yes, and then if you also have identify, then it gives you more stuff. They use this spell a lot in the War for the Crown campaign, and I used to have it memorized because they use it like every fucking they're in the dungeon or whatever. So it's difficult. Like it's so difficult to understand how it works. But I used to know it. So just by looking at a couple of minutes, I can tell me again which item you're interested in.
The obsidian wand.
Who has this?
Well, I looked in the party it's mentioned in the chat log, but I can't find it in the inventory. But Nicholas is carrying an unidentified item.
Oh yes, they have all these unidentified items. Okay, so
Yeah,
I need to find out which is it? Is it part of Gedren's loot? Yes. Yeah. An obsidian wand. Okay. Let me look who has it. The unidentified items, I should really go over them and add the unidentified description to them so you can see them. Okay, let me do it now then.
So I think with detect magic, you can detect whether there's like a magical aura from the item, and it says if the aura emanates from a magic item, you can attempt to identify its properties. See spellcraft, which is I think another is a skill.
Okay, so spellcraft.
Yeah. Spellcraft is a skill that he probably has. I'm sure it's a crowd.
Almost definitely,
Look, it makes perfect sense to cast detect magic and all this stuff. You should have done it a long time ago, actually. And we didn't because we just didn't know how it works at the time. In the meantime, I figured it out.
Well, I think he was also unconscious for a lot of.
Yes. That's why. Otherwise, he would have been casting it all the time in the lair.
We fucked up when he got unconscious.
Well, you were lucky that there were no traps, or I think if there was a trap, you had a key or whatever the fuck, I don't remember. But you definitely didn't trigger anything.
Can I just mass cast that spell on every item, everything that we have? Just That's right, because it's an area of effect as well.
It doesn't work with the item. It works on a whole fucking 30 feet,
Right.
60
It's
feet or
actually,
whatever.
yeah, 60 feet. So if you just cast it, you should be able to
So we
detect
have
the
to
like aura.
Yeah, but listen, we have to do this. So in the end, I will tell you there's 6 auras, and I will tell you the school, and depending on your, so it will take a little bit of time. It's not a huge amount of time, but first, before we do anything, I have to make sure that there are no unidentified items in your inventory. Like they have to have at least a little bit of a description so you know what it is. So I have to go through everybody's now inventory. I am now in. I have a problem here because I have this item that's crazy. Okay, hold on a second. For example, one of it, I call it a metallic throwing star. So that's just, I don't know if you can see it now. Can you see it now?
I can see the name now.
It's in your inventory. Metallic throwing star. If you want more info, I have more info, but in the name, you can only give 2-3 words. You cannot.
Yeah, I think when we first found them, all the objects, you gave us some short descriptions of all of them. But that was like a few chat logs ago.
Another one item that you're holding, I'm gonna call it. Let's see. An arrowhead. I'll just call it an arrowhead. So you have an arrowhead, you have a metallic throwing star, and I think that's everything for your inventory.
Yeah, there's a wand, but I don't know anything about it yet. I think. Yeah, the last
It just
item.
says, is that the obsidian
It
wand?
says
Let me
wand.
see. Yes, that's
maybe
the
that's
obsidian
it.
wand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it says wand. Where are you seeing the obsidian? Okay, in that case, let me change its name then. Let me add the obsidian there just to be sure. Obsidian wand. That's that. All right, and now moving to Caleb's inventory. Does he have anything unidentified? No, I don't see anything that says just because it doesn't say unidentified doesn't mean it is identified. But I just okay. And finally, the big inventory. No, I don't see anything there that's identified. So if you see another item that's unidentified, let me know and I'll fix it. Okay, now let's do the detect
So I
magic.
see 2 in the party inventory. Maybe I'll try reopening it.
Oh, let me tell you how the sheet works. The sheet doesn't automatically update in real time. I have to click on a button that says rebuild party inventory. And now that I clicked on it, I don't think you'll be able to see them anymore.
Yeah,
right?
okay. It's fixed now.
Okay. You just have to keep reminding me to click. Okay, so now we'll have to do the detect magic, which I've done earlier. Actually, no, you shouldn't have done it earlier because, like you said, he woke up. You had to get back here, and now is the best time to actually do it. So, let me go in his actions, detect magic, and let me read it real quickly. Right. So what you do is this: go to your sheet and to actions. Not standard, prepared, combat. Okay, I'm gonna put in combat, and click. Yes. Cast spell. To the left of detect magic, there's a little star that says cast spell. Click on that. Okay, so you cast detect magic. So the first round, you detect the presence or absence of magical auras. Let me see the range first of all.
It's 60 feet.
60 feet. So what we need to do is basically the entire room is centered on you. So if I do no, wait. Trying to remember how to do a circle. Is it with control and both? Yes. So look at how big is the circle, dude.
So how do I
In this entire, if there's anything
Oh
in
yeah,
this
okay, okay.
entire
It's already
circle,
there. Yeah, I was zoomed in too far.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, do I have to do anything to activate it, or
No,
is it just
no.
like
You've already cast the spell. You cast the spell right there, and now I'm just giving you the results. But the results don't come in one round. They come in 3 rounds. So they take 3 times 6 seconds, 18 seconds basically. So in the first round, I just tell you, is there anything magic or not in your vicinity? But yes, there is. Hold on. Yes, there is. And then the second round, I tell you, number of different magical auras and the power of the most potent aura. It gets kind of hard. I have to look at all these fucking items now and see how many of them are. Like, I've never had this such a tough situation before. I have to go through all your. I mean, your spell book counts as even your own spell book and your Should I include that in because you already know that it's magic and it's yours? No, I'm not gonna include that. So I move to Nicholas's. I'm also not gonna do, for example, Nicholas's holy symbol. Okay, I'm gonna do it in this particular case because it's a clusterfuck. I'm just gonna give you the magical items. Magical auras. So I'm typing now. Obsidian wand. That's one. Potion found on Sable Company Marine. Harrow deck. So the Harrow deck is magical. And then Gadrion's dagger. I'm typing all the stuff as I call it out, so you're gonna have a list of it. Composite longbow. Composite longbow found. Okay, no, I'll put it. This is the Sable Company Marines. So you ended up stealing this stuff, right? Sable Company Marines composite longbow. Did you steal that stuff without Nilvar seeing it? I can't remember.
We talked him into it.
I think the compromise was we weren't allowed to steal anything else after that guy.
It's the last in the whole campaign that we're gonna steal. I hope I don't miss anything. There's just so many items, but well, if I miss something, we can just say that he missed it. Addison missed it. It's not in the rules, but he was. I'm not gonna miss anything, but I'm just saying. Okay, I need to check up on something from the loot. Okay. Also, the crystalline vial that Nicholas has taken from Gedrin's loot, but let me just be 100% sure that that's true. Yes. Yes, the crystalline vial too. It's just fucking a lot of these. There are a lot.
Yeah,
of
I
these.
forgot about the vial. We have so much shit.
Let me look if Gedrin's armor is. Yep, Gedrin's armor. Gedrin's padded armor. Of course, hold on. Does the holy symbol has an aura? It doesn't say here. I'm gonna Google it. Do holy symbols have magical auras? I'm not even gonna type D&D. Yeah, it's the first. Detect magic on holy symbol. It even, there's this Reddit thread. No, it doesn't register as magic. It helps you focus magic, but it's not magic itself. Let me see. The narrow tick case. No, it's not. And then you have 2 oils. Let me see if those oils are magical. Yes. So Nilvalor has 2 oils on him. One oil is not magical. I think somebody bought this. It's just a normal oil that burns in a lantern or whatever. And you might even be able to light stuff on fire and throw it. I think somebody bought this. I think you might have moved inventory around, like given, maybe this is something that Kirok bought, and then you loaded it up on, I don't know how it ended up in his inventory, but it's not magical. One of them. The other one is magical. So now that you know it's magical, what I can do is I can type magical oil in its description, so that's it. Let me see how it is described. Is a vial of oil, or let me see. A glass tube containing a dose of oil. A glass tube containing a dose of oil. That's it. And then, of course, there's the half orc's healing potion. Let me see whether the Queen's Brooch. No, it's not magical. Rope, scale mail, silver ring with inscription. No, I don't think that's magical either. Let me see if I missed anything. I think I got everything, guys. So before I hit enter, though, I want to see something about the detect magic. So the first round, the presence of magical aura. The second round, the number of the different ones and the power of the most potent aura. It says the most potent, I guess, because the most potent overwhelms all the others. And then on the third round, that's when you get the strength and location of each aura. So because in this situation, there's no time pressure. You can you can skip straight to the third round. You don't have to worry about telling the player what happens in the first round and the second round. We go straight to the third round. So That's why you get the location of each aura. That's why I'm going to give you a whole list. You're going to have a whole list of all the items, and you're going to have the strength of each aura. So now I have to go through all these fucking items again and tell you their strength. But let's do something simpler, right? Because right now, I don't think the strength of these items is going to help you much. So you're more interested to know what is magical. Yeah. And then once you want, whenever you want one of these items, you can pick it up, and I can tell you immediately the strength of each aura. And also you can roll at any time Knowledge Arcana to determine the school of magic. So you will know the strength. If you make the skill, you will know the school of magic. And then do you have spellcraft? Yeah. And you can even try to identify it. So you can actually try to identify right now all the so what does the identify spell give you on top of spellcraft?
I think it just I think it gives you extra information. Let me check.
Let's say this.
Oh, okay. So it gives you a +10 enhancement bonus on spellcraft checks. See, that's what I should have used.
Yeah.
Not detect magic. Yeah. But I don't have this prepared.
But you know it. Is it in your spellbook?
Yeah, well, I mean, actually I could use it because I have my ring lets me pick anything It's a question of whether I know it. I can pick anything that I know. I can use the ring to cast it. But let me check if I know it.
So you have a spell book, but have you written anywhere down what spells are in your spell book? Like, we should have done this, right? Let me see. Standard. Okay, I see them now. If you see, no, not standard. Preparation. Okay, if I hit preparation, I see what spells you know. First level. Detect secret doors. Did you choose this spell? Detect undead, featherfall, mage armor, magic missile, summon monster on. It does sound like you picked these spells. I don't see identify though. Is that a cantrip? No, it's not a cantrip, right? I don't. It doesn't look like you have identify.
Yeah, I don't have it.
It could be an opposition school.
No, I think my oppositions are necromancy and enchantment, and that would be divination.
Why don't you have identify? It's useful though. Let me see. Let me go to the spells. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. You're not gonna spend now all time to identify all this stuff. It'll take forever. But if you want to pick one of them or two of them, we can do those. And then you do something else, and then later on, you can do more items. Just spread them out. Don't do all of them because you're gonna bog the game down.
Okay.
Whatever seems more urgent and interesting to you. All right, let's go. Chapter 10 spells. Let me look at sorcerer wizard spells. First level.
It is a cantrip.
It is a cantrip, huh? So if you don't have it, chances are it's opposition. Sorcerer wizard spells.
It's divination, and where's my
No, it's not a cantrip. I don't see here. I see detect
Are we
magic.
talking about detect magic or identify?
identify?
Identify is a level 1 spell.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, cantrips is a 0. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Identify. Divination, identify gives plus 10 bonus to identify magic items. That works very differently in your second edition, and that bonus is insane. The plus 10 is insane. So it makes sense that it would ask you to waste an entire spell slot for that bonus. And then I wonder what its duration is. Where are the descriptions of these spells?
Identify is on 299. I just found it in the spell list. Page 299.
Okay, identify. So the duration is 3 rounds per level. So you have 3 rounds. Oh, it functions as detect magic. So 3 rounds means that you only get. Do you get to identify all the items? I think maybe.
Well, the range is still 60 feet like detect magic, so assuming it gets everything in the range.
Yeah, you should get everything. You should get everything. So you get a plus 10. So the question is, this is a school divination. So the question is, you're an invoker, if I'm not mistaken.
Evocation.
You're an evoker. For some reason, we don't have it. It says Wizard 1 instead of Evoker. We have to fix this at some point. It shouldn't say Wizard 1. It should say Evoker 1. Are you sure you're Evoker? Where would it say? Where would it say that?
I think
It's in
Evocation's one of
abilities.
the wizard schools.
I know.
Yeah, it's in
where would it
abilities.
say
It's in
his
abilities. It says arcane
character?
class abilities, arcane school.
So it says school divination and then level wizard 1. So I think the school is the important bit there.
Yeah, my schools are evocation, and the oppositions are necromancy and enchantment.
So there's no reason why you cannot know identify. The question is, you have. It doesn't seem like you have taken it.
No,
It doesn't seem like you have it in your spell book. So the question is, how many spells do you get in your spell book? And I think you get to choose spells in the beginning. So let's go back to the wizard. I think we go to classes, and then wizard. class features. Spells.
Okay. So in spell books, which is on page 79, it says a wizard begins play with a spellbook containing all 0-level wizard spells plus 3 first-level spells of his choice. And then a number of additional first-level spells equal to his int modifier. And he gains 2 new spells every level.
He hasn't leveled first, so he gets plus 3 from his modifier, so he'll get 6 spells. And I think that's how many he's got here. Let me see how many he's got. One, two, three, four. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got Detect Secret's Door, Detect Undead, Featherfall, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Summon Monster 1. So they're good spells. It just never occurred to us that Identify is so good. It's very good. Identify is very good. On the other hand, I think that Pathfinder Identify is quite nerfed in the sense that I think that if you fail one day, you can just keep trying, like the next day. So if you can just keep trying, eventually you're gonna identify everything. Whereas in D&D Second Edition, if you fail to identify something, it means you cannot fucking identify it. That's it. It's beyond your skill. And I think you either need to find somebody who can identify it, or you need to wait until you gain a level and until your check changes, and then you can roll again. So in Second Edition, it's extremely important to be able to identify stuff. But in Pathfinder, the way that I read this book, it can be useful, like if you're in a let's say you're in a dungeon and you find a really cool magical item and you're in the middle of fucking wars and shit, and you don't have time to wait until tomorrow. Like in the War for the Crown game, that's how it's happened. Everything they've done that happens in the space of 24 hours. And there's so much shit happening. Whereas you guys here, you can sleep and you can try again in the morning. In any case, if one of these spells you haven't used it at all, we can change it now for Identify if you want. For example, which ones haven't you used? Detect. You haven't used almost anything, have you?
I haven't used anything.
Magic Missile. Have you done a Magic Missile? No.
Nope.
I don't know, but anyway, you want the Magic Missile. So
I get rid of Summon Monster.
Summon Monster.
Yep.
Yeah, you could because Magic Missile does roughly the same sort of job.
Yeah.
And it probably does it better. So okay, let's get rid of that. Delete it. And then spells. Identify. Pathfinder core rules. Select level for spells. Identify in class wizard. Level 1. Okay, that was a bit weird. It prompted me to add the level of the spell. So you have 3 magic missiles identified today, and I guess you want me to change it so that it's 2 magic missiles.
No. I can use my ring to cast any spell in the spell book once per day.
Oh, I see.
So that's like why I have all this stuff that's not prepared.
I see. Okay. Let me type something. Okay, so first of all, I gave you the list. Check out the list.
How do I copy paste that without dragging it? Because I'm trying to put it in my notes.
Right click on the box and click on copy text to clipboard.
Cool.
So, you want to cast First of all, what do you want to identify?
The obsidian wand.
All right. So, I'm going to make the identify, because you're using your ring, so I'm gonna make the identify spell memorized, and then I'm gonna go to the standard mode here, and left click left to identify. Left of identify, there's a little circle. Click on the circle, and then click on cast. Okay. And let me pull out identify. +10. Okay, so you get +10 on the spellcraft check. So I just need to look at detect magic. Yeah, this is why you have to tell all the auras, because it says here that the strong auras can distort or conceal weaker auras. So if there's a lot of auras on top of each other, but you know what you could do now? You could just take this item, the wand, and just walk outside the house and just go out to the alley next to the street, and then you can just check it there on its own. Magical amount may distort. Maybe you have to leave the 60 foot though, and it could be a bit dangerous. Let me see how strong this wand's aura is. Who is holding this thing? I mean, you should be holding it.
I think I had the obsidian wand.
Yeah. So let me see if I can switch it between your two inventories.
Are you wielding the dagger? Gadrin's dagger?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I need to undo that?
I know, I was just wondering if we should check it first, but if you're already using it. Because it's got an aura.
So, Nicholas gave to Addison the obsidian wand, right? We don't have two wands now, do we? No.
Yeah, it's not in my inventory anymore.
Let's go. Okay, obsidian wand. Let me take a look at it now. Okay. Let me see. No, I don't look. This wand has. Yes, you only get the power of the most potent aura. And this one is not the most potent from what I can see. So you're not going to get... But wait, in the third round, you do get the strength and location of its aura. So in the third round... Yes, so this is... Okay. So this is faint. Strength and location of its aura. Okay, roll Knowledge Arcana.
Here, one sec.
Right, so you look 20, and it says the DC is 15 plus spell level, or, this is a problem that we had. The DC is 15 plus spell level, or 15 plus half caster level for a non-spell effect, and we're not exactly sure with Chev what the non-spell effect means. I think he thought that he figured it out, but I'm not so sure. In any case. So you sense a faint, but the question is, did you figure out the school?
So I'm not trying to figure out the school. I'm trying to do a spellcraft check.
Yeah, the figuring out of the school comes automatically with the detect magic spell. It's the third. So I am supposed to tell you the strength of the aura, which is faint, and I'm supposed to tell you as long as you make the knowledge check, you're going to make the spellcraft check after the knowledge check. So the knowledge check is just first.
Right.
I'm just to tell you the school of magic will give you a hint for the item, even if you don't manage to identify it. For example, if I tell you that it's evocation, it's probably an offensive item. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
If I tell you it's divination, you know that it's probably not offensive. So the school of magic is an important clue. The DC, I'm just trying to find the DC now. Your roll 20 is pretty high, so the DC is 15 plus the spell level. So if it's less than 5, you got it. Okay. But I do know the spell of the wand. So if I just look at the... Oh, and it does say the level. It does say the level. So it's 15. Okay, I will tell you. Okay, now you roll the spellcraft, and put plus 10 modifier in the box at the bottom left. I don't think you need to type plus. You just need to type 10.
And then I just roll it the usual way through the character sheet.
Yes, but you have a plus 10, and you need to put this plus 10 in the bottom left of the screen.
Yeah, I've done that.
The modifier box. And then go to the skill, and then just double click on the spellcraft, the plus 8. Double click on the plus 8. So yeah, it's 30 fucking 1. Right, and now we're looking at the spellcraft. Let me look at the spellcraft.
That's on page 106.
It's okay. I clicked on the little blue ribbon.
Oh yeah.
If we learn to use Fantasy Grounds, we will never have to open the rulebook again. But maybe for some stuff the rulebook is better, right? So for identifying a spell, learn from a spell, identify the properties of a magic item. Of a magic item using Detect Magic. 15. The spell is 15 plus item caster's level. Items caster level. So it will be 15 plus whatever that level is, and I think that level is 1. Let me see. The wand again. The good news with this is once we've done this thing a few times, then we remember it. But the first few times is difficult. Yeah. You definitely figure it out. So you can see it in your inventory. If you can see the whole description, and if you want to see the charges too, you have to enlarge your sheet a little bit. By the way, next to magic missile, it says first. That means the caster level of the spells is first, because
Right.
Magic, you get more missiles as you go up in level, But the guy who made this, the wizard who made this, was first level. He wasn't first level, but the casting level is first. So maybe I should write that too. The obsidian one is one of magic missile with 23. Actually, okay. Well, you got something. So I suppose you're keeping this now, right? Or can I don't know who can use this. Like, could anybody use this in the system, or?
I think you need some kind of skill to use those items. Maybe
let's
it's
check it
spellcraft
real
or something.
quick. Pathfinder wand. I think it's actually pretty easy because one of the enemies in the fishery had a wand, and he was not a wizard, if I remember correctly. Activation. And because it's a wand, it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity.
It kind of looks like anyone can use it. I don't see any restrictions.
Cool.
So that's really useful.
Who wants a wand?
Well, you can make a case. You can tell people. First of all, if you want, you can say, it's a wand. It's a magical missile wand. You can call it, and then you can propose a course of action. Like, maybe I should keep it, or maybe.
Are magic missiles immune to the because they always hit? Does that mean that they're immune to the close combat penalty? Like if I'm standing behind the front lines and everyone else is engaged, and there's a penalty if I try to shoot at an enemy. And
there's no penalty with this thing.
The penalty is you roll, but you don't roll for magic missile, so there'd be no.
The magic missile hits always.
Alright, then I would keep it.
Look, because you already have magic missiles, but for example, Caleb doesn't. So if Caleb was in the back line, he would have to use arrows, and those arrows, might hit somebody. I don't know. Does he have the true? No, he doesn't have it. So he might actually be more helpful for. Neil Valor was never going to use it because he's always going to be in the front line. Yeah. But and Nicholas probably is also going to be near the front line. So I would give it to Caleb, to be honest with you. For now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So type something that explain, it is a wand of that shoots magic missiles, and maybe you want to have it Caleb or whatever. And then try to give it to him by dragging the ribbon from your inventory to his character portrait. I want to see if that's going to work. Yeah, and by the way, identify can be done once per day. So if you can eventually identify everything, pretty much. unless something is just I don't know, unless something has such a high DC that even your best roll, even if you roll 20, it's beyond you. But I don't know if that is possible. The magic missile doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's guaranteed damage. You're gonna hit something and you're gonna hurt it every round, so that's why it's good.
So, did you say that I could give this to him directly?
Let's give it a try. So go to your inventory, and in your inventory, to the right of the item, there's the blue ribbon. Drag the blue ribbon on Caleb's portrait and see what happens. It should work.
So when you say this blue ribbon, is that the Paizo logo?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it did anything.
It does nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do it. Oh, why is it not working now?
It just popped up on my screen. I think it did work.
No, but I still see it on. Oh, I think maybe what popped up on your screen is
the description.
The information, yes. Yep, still the information. Okay, I don't know why. Oh, okay. Okay, it doesn't work on the portrait, but it's going to work in your inventory. The difference is that the other players cannot access your inventory, so it has to be me, I guess. Yep. And every time you use one, we're gonna, that number 23, we're just going to, you can, if you want to be able to see the 23 number, you have to expand your sheet. You have to make it wider.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so now that we know how this works, you could do one more item or two more items if you want. It's not that.
Can I know the strongest aura? Because I should have got that from Identify, right?
You should have, but for me, if you need to get the strongest aura, that means I have to go through all these items one by one in the inventories.
I'm trying to figure out which is the most important.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Just pick another one, dude.
Alright, let me look at the items again.
You know why though? Because some of these items, it tells you if it's faint, if it's strong, or whatever. But some of the items, it doesn't tell you, and you have to go to the book. And you have to calculate how strong it is based on caster levels or shit like that. And I don't want to fucking do this now. There's no point. It might even be faster to just fucking do all of them one by one. But just pick another one. Pick another one, and then you guys go do something. And then later on, you just pick another one. And eventually, you'll do all of them.
Alright, let's do the Harrow deck. Or is that obvious? Is it already obvious what that does?
No, I'm not going to say anything. You want a Harrow deck, we're going to do the Harrow deck.
Alright, let's do the Harrow deck.
Who has this? Who has this? Of course, the thing is, if you leave it for later, you will have wasted the Wait a second. Can you identify all the items in one go? I don't think so. I'm trying to.
I think you need to do a separate spellcraft check for each one.
Yeah.
You're supposed to turn every item in your hands and examine it carefully for the identify. For the detect magic and the auras and the schools and the power, all that, I think it's one go.
Yeah.
3 rounds. On go. But for the identifying of each item, I think since you need like 10 different rolls, that's got to be 10 rounds. And the identify doesn't last 10 rounds. This is actually an important point because if it's like this, then you have to wait 10 days or whatever to do all of them. So let's look at this carefully. Spells. The duration is 3 rounds per level. And I think... And by the way, for the identify spell, the area is not a circle, it's a cone shaped. It's a 60 feet cone shape. So maybe is the detect magic also cone shaped? I think so.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
it
it's
is.
cone shaped. It's not. It was a mistake. It was a mistake to make it into a circle. Yes, cone shape 60 feet. Detect magic is up to 1 minute per level, so 1 minute is 10 rounds for detect magic. But identify is 3 rounds. Yes, identify is 3 rounds. That's 3 rounds. And
So I
3
guess
rounds.
he'd only get the if you use identify, it gives you the +10 bonus. So that would only work for the first few items until the duration runs out.
I think that you can get, with 1 detect magic, you can get all the auras and all the strengths and all that. But for identify, because it's an involved process, you only get 1 identify per. I think he gets okay. He can do as many spellcraft checks as he wants, but he only gets the +10. I think for 1 of them. That's how I read it.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? You see what I'm saying? So if he wants to do more checks now, he can, but without the +10.
Yep.
Let me give me 1 more minute to ensure that. Yeah, well, that's what makes sense to me. So, okay, well, you have a good chance even without the +10, especially if. Okay, remind me which one. Okay, it was the
Is Arcana for
it was the
the
Harrow deck.
yeah for
Okay, so roll knowledge arcana. Make sure the modifier is clear, right? There's no modifier.
yeah. There's no modifier.
Okay, 13.
And is what sort of aura is that? Do you know that?
Yeah, I will tell you.
Right.
First of all, oh, I see. So it's 15 plus caster level, right? Detect magic. Plus half caster level for a non-spell effect, and that's the problem now. So I do have the Harrow Dex caster level. For what is a non-spell effect? Let me Google it. Let me Google that again. Pathfinder non-spell effect. And of course, there is a Paizoform thread on this question. Okay, I think I get it. Non-spell effect. It's not a spell, but it's an item that has the effect of a spell. So I think okay, the DC is 15 plus half of the caster level of this thing. 15. Okay, so you failed. The deck emanates a moderate aura, but you fail to identify. You failed to determine. Cool.
Alright, can I roll spellcraft?
Yes, go ahead and roll spellcraft.
Fuck.
Let me look at the.
It's definitely failed.
Identify. Yeah. Yeah, you failed because this one is 15 plus the item's caster level without even dividing it by 2. So you failed when you had it divided by 2, and now that you're not even dividing it by 2, the number is huge. Definitely didn't get it. Okay, but I have a description to give you though, so I'll give you the description. I even have an image. Dude, my screen is okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So what you're supposed to do when I send you images and stuff, you're supposed to, like for example, what people do is they look at this hero deck and then they close the window, right? But we don't want to do that. We want to put this window somewhere on your screen when I send you stuff and just keep it there for as long as it's relevant. For as long as you're in this room, and then when you leave this room you can close it, but for the time being. So one other thing among all the other things that you do, you have to also be good at arranging the windows on your screen so that it looks aesthetically good for somebody watching the stream. And sometimes it can get tough because you're going to have a lot of images when there's a big battle with like 3 different types of enemies, and you're going to have to get creative there. So that it would look good also on a screenshot if I want to put the screenshot on the side, or I might want to put the screenshot on the overworld if it's a big battle and I want to take a screenshot. So you have to learn how to, if you right click on the image and then you click on, there is an option to, is it minimize? No, it's not minimize. Which is the option to fix the margins so that it's pointers, close window, minimize, view. Is it view? Yes, view, zoom to fit. No, it's view, zoom to fill. Yes. So if you right click on the image and then you hit view and then you hit zoom to fill, then the image fills the or is it better the zoom to no, zoom to fit is better. I don't know. Or you can do it manually. So let me look at your streams now. Hero has it good, and Saf has it good, and Dialog has it good, and ysignal has it good. So, yeah. So you have the image, and now I'm going to give you a description. Okay, I'm giving you this description because you're supposed to have study. You're supposed to examine it very closely. There's an apostrophe missing there. That's not my mistake. That's in Fantasy Grounds. I think they made that mistake. So you failed. Imagine you failed to see to figure out how powerful this deck is, and you failed to figure out how it works or what it is. Right.
I got the aura. I got the aura.
You got the aura. So the aura was.
I didn't get the.
What
It's
was
the
it?
school I didn't get. It was moderate.
Oh, so you got this moderate, but you don't know the school. Okay, moderate means it's more powerful than the magic missile wand. All right, so we don't want to spend the whole session for you digging around with identify. So let's do something else. And as far as identify, you cannot use anything anymore until tomorrow. But more detect magics and more spellcrafts, you can do as many as you want whenever you want later. So you guys do something else now. You can fast travel to Zolaris, so there's no reason to.
So how do we do that? Just say we're heading there?
Yeah, as long as one of you said it, yeah. You said agreed, the other guy said let's head, unless anybody has any objections, that's it. So then I just basically...
Wait, when Saf said to leave some of the stuff behind, we haven't done that yet, right?
No, you haven't left anything, but if you want to, you have to say it now, if you want to leave something behind. But you haven't left anything yet. You would have to tell me exactly what you leave and where you put it. It's a tough choice. You forgot the apostrophe in the Queen's brooch.
Ah, shit. Sorry, dude. It's 5
It's
a.m.
okay. Oh yeah. Oh, it's okay. No worries. It's 5. Oh, it's 5 a.m. Yes, because you're here. You're not in Japan anymore. I forgot. It's 5 a.m. for me too. Exactly same time.
Aren't the Canaries on Spanish time?
No, they're 1 hour behind. They're the same hour as London and Lisbon,
Ah,
and I guess also Ireland. Oh yes, the shiver. You have all this shit. Like you would go away from life if you. So what you would do now is each one of you would just type I leave. Look at your inventory, and just tell me what you leave. And we're not going to take it out of your inventory, but we're going to have the record here of what's on you, of what's not on you. And then you can all say you can drop everything on Caleb's desk, and Caleb's going to put it somewhere. It's not like he has many options, you know, unless I don't know, unless you want to loosen floorboards and stuff like that. Otherwise, you know, put it under your mattress or something. I don't know. You can get the feverish guy to guard it. You bring him in.
just trust the homeless guy with all the drugs. What could go wrong?
The scale mill from? The scale mill?
Looted off someone's corpse, I think, or I looted the chain mail, and now I've just been carrying around the scale mail, which is pretty heavy.
Yeah. It'd be cool if every item came with a field that explained exactly where you got it.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
I think you can add notes, but
Oh,
I'm pretty sure you can add
sorry.
notes.
yeah, not sure how to do that, but I think you're right.
Sorry, I accidentally
No worry.
Yeah, we were just carrying around a bunch of extra armor that we looted from people, I think,
Yeah.
in the fishery.
Yep, that's where it came from. All right. I'm typing something so I can do the fast travel. All right. I'm trying to remember now. How do I move your tokens there? I think I'm just gonna have to delete your tokens from here because it's too long, too far to drag.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna put a big arrow here so you guys can see where you are. We're gonna wait for my signal. All right. So I moved your tokens. If you zoom out on the map, you'll see a big black arrow. That arrow points precisely to Zalara's door. That's where the door is. That's where you need to pass to get in. What signal? You're back, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys? Oh, okay. You're moving. Sorry, I forgot to zoom in. Okay. This is Nilvalor first, who moves in. So Nilvalor. I'm having trouble with approving sometimes people's moves. Like for example, Saf is trying to move, and I'm clicking on the Saf. Try moving a bit further instead of 5 feet. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Sorry, I forget how to... Oh, just click and drag.
Yeah, just click and drag.
Try again, ysignal. Ah, forgot to click the control. Right.
Thank you for everything you have done. I am sorry that I didn't tell you the whole truth before.
What? Okay.
Thank you for everything you have done. I am sorry that I didn't tell you the whole truth before, but I am certain you know now why. Most of it was true enough. My son did not return after he went to recover my herald deck, at least not alive. Gadrin murdered him and sent me back his head and hands in a box as a threat. Foolish as I was, I took it upon myself to bring him to justice. I sold what I could, bought a new deck, and consulted it. I got caught. And though he was impressed by my ambition, his mood soured when I spat in his eye and cursed him for all his evil deeds. He killed me and fed my body to his pet, save my head, which he kept as a sick prize. My herald deck somehow kept my spirit alive and enabled me to take a late revenge. As long as you have my herald deck with you, I can help you, to a certain extent. With effort, I can manifest and provide counsel or translation. I can use the divinatory powers of the cards to discern the natures of enchanted items. And I can feel something more within the cards. A hint of grand destiny and great trials for both Corvosa, my fair city, and you, my brave companions. When the time is right, I should be able to perform a harrowing with great power to bend fortune and fate in your favor. Keep this deck close to your hearts, and I will be with you. Thank you again for all you have done, and what you will do.
So, look, these are the Sirenscape dialogues, but I also have the book text. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you the book text as well, so you can, it's easier to read it if you can see it. And then we also have it in the chat log. And we'll see. We'll see if I need to reconcile the two. We'll see. Read this as well. Okay, when you've read all the stuff, you can talk if you want. Yeah, that's very nice. It can be tough when the game just drops all this info on you, but you handle it well.
can't actually remember. Did anyone manage to get away from us in the fishery, or did we?
Yes.
Yeah, there was
one
The
guy.
one person.
dandy,
Yeah,
the well-dressed
yeah,
guy.
that's right. That's right.
You killed the half orc.
Yep.
And you cut a deal with the gnome, and the gnome. So
Yeah.
the gnome and the other guy. So two of his three associates are out there.
Yeah.
Plus, you left the freaking what was it? This not the shark. The shark. He had a pet shark, not a pet shark. You know, he fed him, but he also had the fucking crocodile, a huge that it was in the pool that he was watching you as you left. But he didn't attack you because you kept your distance,
Yep.
and so you managed to get out of there without killing too many people. You know, you just killed basically the half orc and Gedron.
And a dog.
Oh yeah, there was a dog. Yeah, the dog went down first. I'm still typing, guys. I'll let you know when I'm done. Not typing, copy pasting, and It's the problem that those spaces that the PDFs put in that I have to. If there was some way to get rid of those faster, I would speed the game up a lot. I should try to prepare them in advance.
Are you still typing, Isaac?
Nope, I'm done. Die a bit smaller so that you can have more space to see the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, do something for me. Right click on the image because you're cropping her now, and it looks better in everybody else's. Right click on her image.
Yeah.
And choose view and scale to fit. View and to fit. To fit the other one, yes.
Zoom to fit. Yeah.
That's it. Nice. Nice. Nice line. Okay, guys, we can wrap it up here. Decent progress. I was expecting more because I was optimistic, but we had all these issues to solve, and then we got bogged down on everything pretty much. Like we got bogged down with the hit points of the feverish man, with the identify stuff. Like, but the good news is the guys on Sunday won't have these problems. They'll play more than you. But you know, next time you play, by the time you play next time, I will have played 3 more sessions, so I will be very. I will be smoother.
Cool. Oh, I did want to ask, with some of those like identify things, would we be able to do that between sessions? Is that something we could do between sessions?
It's interesting. You know what? In principle, I'm thinking that we could start doing something like this. You know, like we did with War for the Crown. I don't know if you remember. We had a channel where they were trying to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, I remember.
Escape room. So we could make these channels for every group. What I'm worried about is how would we integrate that stuff to the chat log, because
Right.
Discord doesn't have the same formatting. So I don't think it's super important because, you know, another thing, if I have to do 4 different groups' stuff during the week, then I will get confused, and it will be very hard for me to prep for the next session. You know, it will be taking time from my prep. So in this specific case of the War for the Crown thing, it made sense because, well, it made sense. We were trying to make progress, and we were bogged down there. Like the Senate, the whole thing was, and it was because it was a puzzle. The whole point was for them to figure out the puzzle, and they didn't need to. It didn't need to be real time. We didn't need to be in the same place. Because imagine if we meet on Saturday and we have 6 hours to play, and I wait for 6 hours twiddling my thumb where the other guys are thinking. They don't need me. We don't need to roll anything for them to think. So that's why we did it there. But just like for a few the reason that, you know, if I was not so rusty, I could have done all those identifies in like 20 minutes instead of like an hour and a half for 2 of them. So next time, we could finish the identifies in 1 day. Plus now you have Zalara that can identify 3 times a day.
Yeah, I saw that. That'll be really useful because we have so much shit to identify.
So between that and between Addison's, you can take care of those items, you know, probably tomorrow morning. Like you wake up in the next morning and you can do most of them. Oh, and by the way, now you have identified this because she told you everything. So I can just turn on the identify in your. Hold on. Who's holding this? You're holding it. Right. So now it's called Zalara's Harrow deck, and if you click on the ribbon, you should be able to read everything. But just you, because you have it on you, not the other guys. Oops. Okay, I'm turning it off because it does have something that...
Okay, I hadn't looked at it yet.
Hold on, maybe I should... I'm thinking if I should leave the last paragraph or not. No, I'm gonna leave it. The book says that you know everything about the deck now. So, you know everything. It's an intelligent magical item. It even has an ego 8. It's chaotic good. It's the same alignment that she has. Chaotic good is basically the good alignment that you see. The typical hero in the movies is chaotic good. The typical hero is not lawful good. He will break rules, you know. So that was her alignment, and that's the deck's alignment. And you know what? I can some of these descriptions of the Harrow deck, I have already given them to you. You can read them as you pass it around. So for now, you have it. But I think I've given you pretty much all of the information except the stats. So the caster level was 10. That's why it was difficult for you. It was plus 10 to identify it. Or plus 5 for the spellcraft. It was plus 10 for the identify and plus 5 for the spellcraft. and moderate divination. So it's divination because it's harrow, it's divine. It has intelligence 10, wisdom 13, charisma 13, ego 8, language, empathy. One line that I particularly liked, but I couldn't tell you until now. I'm going to put it now. Actually, no. I'm not going to put it. You can read it when you get hold of the deck. Right. You may have read the last paragraph, but I'm going to delete it now. I changed my mind. I don't want it there. All right, we're good with the Harrow deck. It's fully So to reiterate, so it casts Identify 3 times a day. She can manifest once per day and talk to you. She can speak Varisian or Common. And then there are basically 3 powers. The one is that she can talk to you once per day. The second one, she can cast Identify over you 3 times a day. And the third is that she can perform a harrow for you that gives you special powers at certain points in the future. And she has already done one of them, but it was interrupted halfway through, so you only got half the powers. And those powers, you will figure them out when the time comes to use them. I don't think it has yet. I think it's in the future. And then the next time that there's a harrow, she will let you know. So those are the 3 powers. And the harrow powers, the harrow reading powers are quite significant. The Identify is helpful, but it's not anything earth-shattering. Yeah, so it's good not to lose the deck. So I'm going to write in my notes here in the calendar. We're still in day 2, where we stopped in the evening of day 2 in Zalara's home after the conversation with her. Yeah, and the next game should go a lot faster. So stop the streams.